Good morning. Hello. Good morning and welcome to the Museum of Glass's Hot Shot. This morning we will be making some tall vases about this tall, but we're not going to start our vase yet. Right now they're just going to make something fun for you guys to be able to look at as we get ready. We're just waiting for one more of our team members. But for the most part, let's just take a look at what Gabe's doing now. What's cool about glass is that it appears to be orange, but that's just radiating heat. So it's really clear just at the base there where it's very, very hot. It'll be orange. I can give you guys an overview of what the machines are here in the hot shop. And so everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank with a silver bottom and a black door on the front. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that means we never ever turn off the furnace, or else all the hot glass inside of the furnace would get cold. And so there's about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass inside of that furnace. And when you open the door, it's about 2,100 degrees. So as we continue to take glass from the furnace, we have to put the glass back in. And so we have to do a process known as charging the furnace to refill it. And then from there, we can add color in different ways. We can always gather more glass, or we can just continue to shape and create at the bench. And so where Gabe is at right now is in front of the glory hole, which is a large drum-shaped oven. It's powered by natural gas and forced air also, and it's only used to reheat, so there's no hot glass inside of the furnace. It's about 2,300 degrees, and right now Gabe is making a cup. So put a little dab of glass on the bottom. It's sometimes known as like a little glue bit, and that helps secure the bottom of the glass. It's just a security dab of glass. Gabe said he has to move very quickly because it's thin, and so we don't want any of the walls to collapse. And so he's moving so fast from the glory hole to the bench, so then that way he can have some assistance from Nick to be able to re-inflate. Because as he gets that cup nice and hot, the bubble can deflate because it's just shrinking in the heat. So as I was saying before, the furnaces that hold up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass, Nick, our hot shop tech, the man in the black shirt, actually refills the furnaces with more glass. So it's a process known as charging the furnace. And so he has to do this when the glass levels start to get low. So they have to always be kind of full to keep that inside of the bowl, the furnace, there's like a crucible, which is like the shape of a bowl. So to keep that crucible working well, we have to always keep the glass at appropriate levels. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So they've added a cookie, a little hollow cookie to the, or a little hollow bubble to the end of the foot, which is the foot. And so now Gabe will clean up the shape knock off the excess glass, and from that access point, he'll open up that bubble and it'll create a foot. This is a really cool part of the process of how the bottom of um, glasses are made. So we've transferred from our initial blowpipe and turned the piece right side up. All pieces are typically made upside down before they're transferred to right side up. Now that really small access point that we blew into the actual bubble from the blowpipe is a little piece of glass that he's going to begin, or is a little insert that he's going to begin opening by heating. So he'll heat the front of that glass and begin to open it up, and then he'll go in with his jacks and make it even by rotating and slowly opening up his jacks. Can we please see the jack tool? If you look up at the big screen in just a moment, we'll flash up the jacks tool. And so with those jacks, he'll hold them with his hand and tighten his grip. And then as he opens his grip, it'll help open the mouth of a piece by rotating 360. So with the even opening amount and the steady rotations, you can open up vases and anything. He's making art today, he said. Oh, and the art just fell off. Sometimes they can fall off the pipe if the punty rod gets a little too cold, as it just did. Oh, too hot. It got, well, when it fell off the pipe. So they'll get started on something different in just a moment. All right, so as we get started for our vase that we're preparing to make, you'll see the machines where Gabe is gathering that glass at the end of the rod. It looks orange, but that glass is clear, radiating closer to above 2,000 degrees of heat. And so it looks orange, but you see when we marver and manipulate the glass, it quickly becomes back clear again. Today we are going to apply color to the glass through a color overlay. Ben has the color bar we will use. And so what that is, it's unheated, it's a preheated, and then it's brought all the way up to temperature, and that's why it'll look orange. The bar that he has is actually solid. This is a transparent color. And so what everything that we do, it starts in the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank, the silver one here with the black door. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so it's best to never turn the furnace off because it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And so dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. When you open the door, it's about 2,100 degrees. And when you rotate a hollow steel pipe in there, the glass will gather to itself because it contains a certain level of viscosity. So it'll continue to adhere the more that you can gather. And then you'll come out, and if you look over at the big screen, Nick has gathered glass and he blew a small bubble. And from this small bubble, we will add more glass. We're going to bring over a color bar to lay the color over. So once we encase this clear bubble with color, it will then be color overlaid, and we will no longer be able to visibly see the clear bubble. We will then add volume of clear. If you look up at the big screen there, as we add volume of clear, as we gather clear glass around a color overlay, in cross section you can see the clear, but visibly at the surface level it only looks orange or yellow. But if you look down here, it looks orange visibly at the surface level, and in cross section we have a little bit of orange and a whole lot of clear. So from there, Nick will heat up his color overlay, roll it out, encase that clear bubble, gather some more glass. We'll continue to blow out that bubble, which is that carved out space, into a shape that we would like, which is today we're gonna make some really pretty vases. And so from there, after adding color, we'll go in and out of our glory holes. Our glory holes are large drum-shaped ovens. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass, only for reheating to keep it from breaking. And it's about 2,300 degrees inside of the glory holes. The glass has to be kept above 1,000 degrees to be worked during the entire process, or else you interfere with thermal shock, which then just will create stress fractures in the glass, and then you will not be able to continue to work. And so you have to keep a piece moving, and that's why the process, when we do start, it's kind of rapid. It only takes about an hour to complete an entire vase, about an hour at the most. And so today, like I said, we'll be making vases with a beautiful vanilla wrap around it, which will create design on top of the color overlay. If you all have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name is Emily. I'll be sure to answer. Can we please pan over to the garage so they can see how the color is attached to the rod here? So if we look into the garage, we can see how the color is attached to the pipes that are sticking out. This garage is a place where pieces are brought up to temperature to be worked into the process. So the idea of the cone, the shape of the cone was built in homage to the Theophos waterway. Once before, a long, long time ago, the wigwam burners down here would burn away the driftwood. And so the Museum of Glass was built as a restoration of the Theophos waterway. And so this is just homage to what was here before us. 90 feet tall, 90 foot cone, and that is open up there. So, and it does help with all the fumes that come from the hot shop floor. It just, all just kind of goes up. So all of the excess glass that he's stripping that from the gather, we can reuse glass if it doesn't become cross-contaminated with color. So that big bucket of steel glass there, we actually recycle it and recharge it when we charge the furnace to refill our furnaces. If you look up at the big screen, you can see what he's doing. He's just pulling the pipe down. So what's important about the process is that we have to let all the layers that we add rest. And so they rest by rotating and cooling down before we add more layers or add more design, because it's kind of like an onion. There are so many layers, and we just need those all to kind of solidify. And before we add another gather or just anything, we just want a really solid base. And so we're just waiting for the process of, on my far right, on my far left, Ben is actually getting a color wrap ready. And so that's a lip wrap, which will be placed on in a really cool way at the roller wrap station here. So roller wrap. So that's why he's just been sitting, waiting before he adds more heat. So this is, if you open this up, there are some shelves inside, and this is also how we add, how we get the color bars hot. So it's just a little oven. It's a small oven. This is a glory hole. You just can't see it, it's not on. So now that we put the roller wrap onto the glass, Gabe's going to hit it on this plate here with ridges in it. So it's going to get a little bit loud, but what he's doing is he's going to add some, I guess, design to the lines. And so the lines, instead of them being straight on the vase, when he blows it out, they're going to be up and down. So he'll create low and high points. He actually like bangs it, so brace yourselves. Welcome to the Hot Shop. You've joined us just before we're about to begin to blow this vase out. We are making a vase. It has a color overlay on top of a clear bubble, a couple gathers, and then we went ahead and put a vanilla wrap around the color overlay. So in a moment, Gabe will bang the color overlay onto a steel plate with ridges in it, because what he would like to do is he wants to interfere with how the wrap is placed, which will create low and high points. And so as he pushes up or down on that plate, the wrap will move also. So in order for the glass to get the color that we desired today, we had to perform a color overlay. For those of you who did not get to see this, I will play it on the big screen. Can we please see how color was applied to glass today? Can we see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300-degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And so you see with the jacks, we've gone in and we've elongated that neckline, and we have a nice bubble at the bottom, which we will then blow out into the shape of the vase by shaping it and adding air. We put a jack line in the top. This line is the line of tension that we carve into the glass. Those jacks have two blades at the end like knives. And so as you squeeze the top, we'll carve in. And this is how we will release ourselves later from the pipe. If you all have any questions, feel free to let me know. My name is Emily. So these papers on the table, it's a paper marver, which helps cool the glass slower because the regular marver extracts heat from the glass a little bit quicker, and then the steam there helps provide a layer of protection between the paper and the glass itself. And so we're looking for a really nice finish and an overall 360 fine circular shape, which creates the vase that we see here. And so a very even, fine finish is what the paper marver assists with. It's really important to get a good flash on the tip of that vase there because this part of the glass, we want to make sure that the heat is evenly distributed in this area because at this tip of the pipe is the first piece to go in, or the last piece to go into the glory hole and the first piece of the pipe to come out. And so we'll give it a nice flash with the fluffy torch. The fluffy torch is also 2,500 degrees, so it's just as hot as the glory hole.
Do you all have any questions? Are you doing okay?
So what happens to them when they're done is they have to go into the oven to bake. Once they're done baking and cooling back down to room temperature, before we put them away, we stamp them made at Mog. So everything stamped in the gift store that's stamped made at Mog was made here in the hot shop by the hot shop team. So we need to put a little bit of glue at the bottom, a little glass bit of glue, because at the end of this bottle, I mean this vase here, the base is a little thin. So for security, when we go to stamp it and kind of push it in a little bit, so it has more of a concave bottom, we'll put a little bit of a glue bit there to secure ourselves. So now Ben, he has the cone on the back of his shirt. He's created a transfer rod. So puntil is the Italian term for to bridge. And so on the hot shop floor, they'll say, bring me a punty rod. So the punty rod is what we use to transfer ourselves from the first pipe, which is the blowpipe, to the transfer pipe, which is the punty rod, to be able to flip this piece right side up. We've been working with foresight, and we've created it upside down to secure ourselves when we go to stand this piece up. So now we're going to transfer ourselves in a moment to be right side up.
Me? Me?
So now we'll go in with the punty rod. We carved in that jack line at the very tip of the pipe earlier in the process, and now we'll add a little water to the jack line, which will create stress fractures, knock ourselves off, and now we'll work on the opposite side of the piece. Welcome to the Hot Shop for those of you who are just joining us. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. We are making a vase. You're just joined us about half, well, we're getting to about the end prior of the process, but this is still really awesome to watch. And so as we continue on to finish off this piece, they'll line themselves on the pipe and then begin to manipulate the lip portion. And as you can see there, the access point of the blow pipe is really small to create such a big bottle. So it's a really And so the top of that vase has gotten nice and hot to where we'll be able to go in with those jacks and manipulate the opening. We needed a little bit more air in the neckline of this piece, and so what Nick just did was he took his Sofietas, his little puffer tool, to be able to add some air to the front. We'll put a couple flashes on the base of the piece, and then we'll be able to knock it off and put it away where it will have to bake. So Nick is suited up, and he has on his Kevlar mittens to catch this piece off the pipe. A little water to the transfer pipe, and then we'll knock it off. Let's give them a round of applause. Everything stamped, made at MOG. Everything stamped, made at MOG has been made in the hot shop here at Museum of Glass into the annealing oven. The annealing oven's about 890 degrees, where this piece will live until about, let's say, tomorrow. And so as they finish this piece, they'll get ready to start the next one. One of the really cool, exciting programs, if you tour the museum today, is located in the art alley. This program is dedicated to the youth and inspiring them to create like fine artists do. And so our Kids Design Glass program has been running for a very, very long time. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video for the youth in the audience?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Amazing, totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
If we look up at the big screen, you'll see the color overlay being put over a clear bubble. And what this does is it was a color bar that was heated up properly. It was a color bar that was heated up and got super duper hot to where it became kind of like caramel, like hot caramel, and then laid over the clear bubble. So the color overlay is what will be the color of the vase once we blow it out. A little bit of color goes a very, very long way, because after we put on a little bit of color, we add a lot of clear glass. Once the bubble is expanded and blown out, the only visible thing you can see is that small bit of color, because it was added to just clear glass. And so you'll see how Nick adds a little bit more glass after he's done encasing that clear bubble. The bubble's really tiny right now, but as you got to see at the end of our last piece, how big it's expanded to. Also, if you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. Feel free to just call me over or raise your hand. So, for those of you who are just joining, I'll give you an overview of what it is that you're looking at. We have different machines and ovens that we have to use to be successful. And so, everything that we do here, it starts in the furnace. The furnace is the large ceramic tank, it's silver bottom and a black door. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. The furnace runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we never turn it off because there's 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass inside of the furnace. So when you open the door, you are exposed to about 2,100 degrees. So as you gather, you'll dip that steel pipe into the furnace and rotate. Because glass contains a certain level of viscosity, it will adhere to itself and become a little ball on the bottom of a blowpipe. So from there, we'll blow into the end of that blowpipe, which will carve out a space similar to the shape of a balloon. So it creates a small bubble. So from there, we'll add color. Today, we use the color overlay method, which means we created a small bubble and laid a color bar over the small clear bubble. A color bar looks similar to something like this, and we'll heat it up. Once it's heated up, we'll lay it over the clear bubble. So then in cross section, we have a whole lot of clear and just a little bit of color. But the illusion is at the surface, we only see color. The idea of gathering a lot of clear over a little bit of color is to be able to expand that color. So we only use a little bit and it goes a really long way. Our color comes from Germany, and once it gets to the United States, we purchase it from a distributor. From there, we'll use after we gather, and as Gabe's doing here, we're just holding ourselves at the bench to just solidify that and secure that bubble inside. Let the piece chill a little bit, and then into the furnace to reheat. Not the furnace, the glory hole to reheat. The glory hole is about 2,300 degrees. It's also powered by natural gas and forced air. If you look up at the big screen, we're going to do a roller wrap on this piece here. And so that means we'll bring over a bit of color and rotate really fast. That's how it will get stripes on it, but not stripes, but lines. But because we want the lines to have some squiggle to them, lower and high points, Gabe's going to bring, once he gets that piece nice and hot, he'll bring it over here to the marving table where there's this little plate with ridges in it, and he'll move the glass on the plate. And so when he starts to move the glass on the plate, it will interfere with that wrap, and it'll create more of like a waved shape. We will be making a vase. It'll be kind of tall, and if you all have any questions, just let me know. Can we please see the color overlay to learn a little bit more about color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as he carves in that initial jack line there with the jacks, it's referred to as a jack line because the tool is a jack. It's a line of tension where we'll reference to remove ourselves at the end of the process. And as you carve in that jack line, it'll just create some fractures that are actually beneficial to us later. So as Gabe shapes, Nick will add air to the end of the pipe. He'll blow into that pipe, which will help expand the harder portion of the glass. So, as we continue to remove the glass from the furnace, all of the glass that is in the furnace does not contain any color. So, as we continue to remove the glass, we have to add glass back to the furnace. And so, there's a process that we do known as charging the furnace to be able to replenish the glass inside of our two furnaces. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
The paper marvers here are designed to help extract less heat from the glass, and it also provides a really even, well-rounded shape. As he rotates on the paper marver, he'll get that 360 perfect cylinder shape with a nice angle because as it tapers from the bottom to the top because of how he's holding his arm. And then just for security, we'll cap the bottom of the pipe so a lot of the air does not escape. And that thin layer of steam is what protects the glass from the paper and leaving blemishes. So no blemishes are left behind. So as we paddle that bottom, we'll cap the pipe because we don't want the air to release as we add a little pressure to the glass, and it's still a little bit hot. When he's rolling it as he is and he's capping the pipe, it is hot and they are adding pressure when he's rotating, so we don't want the air to seep out. So what he's doing is he's ensuring that all that air stays in the pipe because the air is hot and it can release itself slowly. Yeah, we don't want it to collapse. So everything that we make here when we're doing the same production style items, we stamp them made at MOG at the bottom, and so they're also in the gift shop. So everything in the gift shop that is stamped made at MOG was made here by the Hot Shop team. What's cool about the What Are You Looking At exhibit currently on display is it's an 18-year relationship between Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington, and Museum of Glass. And so everything that you see in that exhibit was made here during the visiting artist residencies. And so there's a large collection because many artists have come from around the world to create here with the Hot Shop team. And so now we've added a little patch of glass to the bottom to be able to, this is a protection mechanism to be able to protect that roller wrap that we put on earlier. Once we add the punty to the end of the piece, we don't want the wrap to be interfered with. And so this patch will secure the design on the bottom of the face. So now we'll add the punty rod, which is the transfer rod. This will allow us to remove ourselves, add a little water to that carved line of tension, hit the pipe, and then we'll break it off. This moment will allow, now we'll be able to work on the top of the piece. And so this whole time we've been creating upside down. We've transferred ourselves to be right side up. So now we'll clean up the lip. As you can see, the access point of the blowpipe and detaching ourselves and the entry point at the top of this neck, it's actually really rather kind of small, and so that's interesting how they continue to edit and open up the top of this face. So now Nick will suit up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe so we can put it into the oven. The oven is where it has to bake over an annealed temperature. So it sits at 890 degrees, which is hot enough to keep it tempered but not melted. So it won't continue to melt once it's placed into the oven. It'll just stabilize it. After this piece, we will go to lunch for 1 hour today. So right after we knock it off, we'll take a small break and then we'll come back after lunch. A little water on that punty rod, which will create stress fractures, will knock the pipe. Nick will catch it, then we'll stamp it made at Mog. Everything stamped made at Mog, available in the gift store, has been created here in the hot shop. Let's give them a round of applause. And then into the oven it'll go, where it will anneal back down to room temperature. It'll be ready about tomorrow around this time. So now we're gonna go ahead and get some lunch, and then we'll be back in about 1 hour. Thanks for hanging out with us. Be sure to tour the galleries. Enjoy yourselves. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. As we're getting back from lunch, we will be preparing ourselves to make some of the vases. Well, there's a couple in the annealer over here that are cooling down. We'll be making these vases that are over here. This is a really cool coloring process and pattern applied in just a moment. As we're heating up, I'll give you guys the basic overview of what's happening in the hot shop. So, everything that we do here starts in the furnace. It's a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so we never turn off the furnaces. And they hold up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass. So when we open that door, that furnace is about 2,100 degrees. And so it's super duper hot. And then, and then from there, we'll go ahead and add color. Today's coloring process will be the application of color overlay. Color overlay is a color bar that's been preheated. Once it's preheated, it'll then be placed into the glory hole to be brought all the way up to temperature and overlaid over a clear bubble. From that point, we will then add more glass, and dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So as you rotate that stainless steel rod, the glass will adhere to itself because glass contains a certain level of viscosity. So when you rotate, it sticks to itself, it gathers up, just as Nick is doing here at the marvering table. You can see that he's gathered a nice amount of glass. He'll blow into the end of that pipe and cap it. A bubble will then surface. And so blowing into that pipe, you'll carve out a space as you add air. It'll be similar to the shape of a balloon. Then that color overlay is heated until it's like caramel, super duper hot. And it's laid over that bubble. And then in and out of the glory hole, we will use the glory hole, which is a reheating chamber only. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's about 2,300 degrees. And so if you take a look at the bench there, Nick has a tool, and he's shaping up that color rod. That color bar, which is, it's not transparent, it's opaque. Oh, actually, no, there is some transparency to it. I take that back. What they're doing at the side left bench, if you can't quite see, just take a look up at the big screen and you'll get a better view from the camera angle. If you all have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. Once again, my name is Emily, and we are making the vases that Gabe just put on the podiums. Because all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear, and because we continue to take glass from the furnace, and the furnace is this big tank here, and it has a black door on it. So as we continue to extract the glass, we have to refill and to maintain that level of 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So Nick is actually our hot shop technician. When he's not blowing glass, he's the tech. So he keeps everything up and running in the hot shop, and he often has to recharge the furnace. So can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn about how the glass gets into the furnace?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And so you see that one small color overlay has been gathered over and gathered over. And so as we've gathered color around, as we've gathered clear around this color, this small color overlay, it looks orange because that's thermal, energy radiating, just radiating heat. But as we blow it out, they will have an ombre effect, which is purposely done because we'll blow through that color, and then in the clear, there's still a thin veil here, so it just becomes a thinner layer at the bottom. But see, in cross section at the top is where you'll see that color concentrated a bit more. But in cross section, there's a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear, just as you see here, a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear. The design pattern is a really cool application. We'll come over here in a moment when the color, when the vanilla wrap is ready, and then we'll roller wrap on the lines that you can see here. Tomorrow is our annual gala. It is red hot. Red hot is our annual auction and gala celebrating the glass art community here at Museum of Glass. If you're interested in attending this year or next year, you can always learn more at museumofglass.org/redhotgala. There's a silent auction that's happening as well as a live auction. I think they both will be virtual this year. So if you'd like to learn more or potentially purchase tickets, go ahead to museumofglass.org/redhotgala. Can we see the decanter and the goblet that are for this year's also? So every year the Hot Shop team designs an exclusive decanter and goblet for the Red Hot Gala. Yeah, they're also on display when you walk into the Grand Hall to your right in the big case there. So in with the color vanilla to wrap, and as Gabe rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls, he'll slowly, gradually move backwards. That was cool. So now we'll get that roller wrap nice and hot. And then we'll come over to the steel plate here. And you'll see Gabe will slowly manipulate those lines from being perfectly linear to having more up, low, and high points. And so when he does this, it'll solidify the wrap on top to be able to have some more abstract pattern. We are creating the vases here for those of you who just joined us. And if you have any questions, feel free to shout them out. To prepare for our Red Hot Gala tomorrow, the museum will be closing at 3 o'clock today, but enjoy your time with us until then. So the pipe that he's working on is a stainless steel pipe, and believe it or not, that heat does not transfer up the pipe. It usually just stays where they concentrate it at. And so you see how he just got that piece of glass scorching hot? He's going to allow gravity to stretch that bubble out. And so when he holds it straight up, gravity will pull it down. If he doesn't continue to rotate, it'll become lopsided. Well, kind of like unbalanced on that pipe there. The goal of making things is to keep the piece balanced with the axis of what you're turning on, so you'll create a proper piece. So now we'll begin to elongate the neck with the jacks. We'll pull out the neckline of the bottle. Ben has a paddle there to shield his hand. Mind you, this piece is hot, very, very hot. You can tell by the radiating color. And so he is shielding his hand because that 2300 degrees is definitely kicking up off of that glass, and so it's really hot. So when he's not being shielded, that's why he works rather quickly. Right now with the jacks, he is carving in a line of tension. This line of tension is the reference point where we'll detach ourselves later. Can we please see the jacks to get an idea of how that tool is shaped? And so you see these two blades, so it's kind of like two knives at the end of a tweezer. And so he can grip those blades tightly, and it doesn't look like he's putting much pressure on those jacks when he is creating that jack line, but he for sure is definitely with an up and down motion. And if you squeeze those tongs, you can get a nice carved line with those two blades. This tool is used for shaping and carving into the glass. Thank you. So as the glass gets hot, the walls will start to try to collapse, and so you have to maintain your heating, your cooling, and then the blowing into that pipe so we can continue to expand the shape. So the papers are similar to those hand papers, but see, this is the advantage that we have here is that we can angle ourselves and rotate to create this cylinder form. Nick will cap the end of that pipe. He even may have to add a little bit of air because as we rotate, some of the air will escape because that piece is hot and pressure will push some of that air out of the blowpipe. But as he angles himself, that's how he's able to get a really nice 360 shape. The steam from rotating on the papers is what helps gives a nice finish to the glass without debris. In addition to that, the papers are a great tool for shaping because they do not extract an extreme amount of heat out of the glass. We want a nice amount of even heat as we rotate because we're molding in those papers. We're molding the shape by rotating in those papers. If we were to do this on the Marver, we might not be able to do that really nice rotation in a fixed situation, and it will extract the heat from the glass a little too rapidly. Those walls aren't very thick, and so for the functionality of the piece, the papers help us execute the design properly. A lot of the tools used, aside from steel, are natural elements: wood, wax, water, paper. Well, organic, I should say. So, why does he continue to flash the neck before he puts it back into the oven? This part of the glass is the first piece or the last piece to get into the glory hole and the first piece to come out. It's also the starting point. So, we have to make sure that the thermal energy is always carried through the entire piece. So, this is how we secure it. That's like our security point. So, we give it that extra flash because it's the first piece that comes out and the last piece to get the flash. We only go into the glory hole for maybe a count of 8 seconds for a nice flash. We want to flash the body of the piece because it has to be, glass has to be kept above 1,000 degrees while we're working to be able to continue to work the glass. So it's a balance. So he is giving it that flash before the whole body is given a flash. We put a patch on the glass so we can protect the pattern that's been applied. It's on the surface of the piece. And when you make glass, you're typically working with some foresight. So we have to make the bottom before we transfer ourselves onto another pipe and we create the top. So we're working upside down. First, we'll transfer and create right side up. That patch is where the puntee will be placed. We don't do this with every single piece, but because the pattern's on top, we're going to protect the pattern at the bottom of the base. So here's the punty rod. Puntile is the Italian term known as to bridge the beginning and the end of a piece. And so if we were to translate it, it's a transfer pipe. What's cool about What's cool about glass art, the process and learning the hot shop talk. Oh, put a little water on that transfer line, that jack line. This is a point of transfer. We'll knock it off with a punchy rod and then we'll go ahead and heat up the top. What's cool about the hot shop talk and learning the environment, the culture, a lot of the terms come from like simplified or slang of the Italian language. And so when someone says, bring me a punty rod, it's a transfer pipe. So it's a transfer bit to be able to start working the top or the opposite side of a piece. So as we can begin to finish up the neckline, for those that just joined us, I'll give you a bit more context on how the piece today got color. We used a process known as color overlay. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now Nick will get suited up. He'll put on his face shield and his Kevlar mittens to be able to catch this piece when they knock it off the pipe. So now we'll put a little bit of water on the end of that punty. It'll create stress fractures, which then will ripple through. The water will ripple around, and then we'll knock it off the pipe. Then we'll heat the bottom of it. Let's give them a round of applause. And then we'll stamp made at Mog and put it into the annealing oven where it'll exist until it'll ramp down over an extended period of time to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them one more round of applause. Although Nick has on his protective gear, he can still feel all that heat. He's just being protected, his skin from being burned. And so that is how the vases are made. We will prepare ourselves to make another one in just a moment. Like I said, tomorrow is our annual gala here. It's our Red Hot Gala. Can we please see the Red Hot Gala video, the glass break, to learn a little bit more about what's made for Red Hot?
Welcome to Glass Break, a new series exploring topics related to all things glass. Every year, our Hot Shop team designs and creates a limited edition series of goblets for our Red Hot auction. They start by gathering from the furnace where the molten glass is kept at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Turn it up just a little bit.
Frit is concentrated colored glass in a granular form. In this case, they're using a combination of yellow, orange, and red. Once they've wound the colored glass onto the surface of the clear, Ben will go in with the tweezers and further manipulate that to create the marbling effect. At this point in the process, they're creating the ball of the stem. They apply a pad of clear glass, and that's creating a larger surface area to apply the cylinder section of the stem. Gabe just brought over another bit of clear glass that's going to be shaped into a disc. This is again creating surface area to drop on the foot. The foot is a bubble prepared on a separate blowpipe and dropped onto the base of the stem. Next, they're going to add a lip wrap. They're using a red colored glass, and this will also match the lip of the cup. The next step in the process is to transfer the stem and foot onto a puntee. This gives them access to the top of the stem so they can apply the cup. They prepared the cup prior to the stem. It was setting aside in the garage at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A small bit of molten clear glass is applied as the glue bit, and the cup follows immediately after. Once all the parts are put together, he'll work on straightening out the goblet before putting it away into the annealing oven. Once it's put together and straightened, finally it goes to the annealing oven, where it slowly cools over a period of time so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock.
So we're going to get started on another vase here. We'll use the same process of color application. We'll do a color overlay. I'll also give you guys an overview of the process for those of you that had just joined us. And so everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank. It has a silver bottom and a black door. So everything we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It holds up to approximately 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And when you dip into that furnace, it's like dipping into a jar of honey. And so glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. So as you rotate that pipe, that 360-degree motion gathers the glass at the end of the steel pipe. From there, we'll add color. Today's color will be applied through the color overlay process. We'll use a little bit of glass color and a whole lot of clear glass to be able to add color to glass today. And in cross section, you'll see a little color and a lot of clear. Similar to the diagram up there, you'll see how the color is applied over a clear bubble, encased, and we add a lot of clear glass around a little bubble of clear. After you gather your glass, you'll blow into that glass and create a bubble. The bubble starts off small, and as we expand and add layers of clear glass, as you can see, Nick here has properly encased glass over colored glass over a clear glass bubble. From there, we'll add more layers of glass and gather, and then blow out that vase so it'll become super duper big. We'll have to use our our glory holes as we do this. The glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air also. We turn these glory holes off at night and light them up every morning. It takes about 1 hour to get up to that 2,300 degree mark. And the glass has to maintain the degrees of 1,000 and above to be worked during the process. If not, we interfere with thermal shock. We don't want to do that. And so we keep the glass hot. Sometimes you'll see that we do a lot of chilling to solidify those layers we've created, as what Nick is doing now before he gathers over. We don't want to gather and it's too hot because we don't want to collapse the bubble. And so we're just relaxing before we move to our next step. It's a lot of hurry up and stop, hurry up and go, hurry up and stop during the process. But once we get towards the end, it's a lot of quick movements to build the shape that we want, the desired, like for today, we're making these vases. So you'll see it comes together rather quickly when we start to mold the piece out. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. Feel free to raise your hand and ask. And back into the furnace, like I said, it's 2,100 degrees. And what's awesome about the team here is they make it look very easy. But when I do this, I'm like, oop, this is hot. I want to walk away. So it's like they make it look easy, but it's really hot. and you can watch them continue to build. So we'll prepare to add the roller wrap. Oh, you have a question? Um, Not melting. So it won't. Did you say melting? It won't melt. No, it won't bend. Stainless steel is actually it absorbs the heat very well, and it doesn't connect, but it doesn't conduct the heat very well. It's a hollow steel pipe. It's pretty thick, and he just cools it down because as he continues to gather in that furnace multiple times, it'll accumulate in an area, and so just to be careful, he'll cool it down at the pipe cooler. And in just a moment, we will come over to the roller wrap station, and then we'll add a wrap around the piece, the entire piece. And then what Gabe will do is he'll hit it on the table or a plate with ridges to be able to enhance the lines and the design. The ridges on the plate there help create waves with the lines that were just placed by the roller wrap. The piece will slowly start to enlarge with shaping as Nick blows into the end of the blowpipe. And so with the jacks, we will elongate the neckline and then we'll pinch in. So we'll carve in with those tools. The line of tension, a line of tension. So it will carve a line in a 360-degree angle around. So you'll see there at the end of the glass, this is where we'll transfer ourselves off later. It's the end of that initial gather and the beginning of the piece. So as we paddle the bottom, Nick will cap the end of the pipe or add more air because the glass is hot enough that with pressure added, the air will start to escape slowly. So we don't want to collapse any point, and so we continue to flash the end of the piece there because this piece of the pipe is the first piece or the last piece to go in for a flash, and it's the first piece to come out when we flash the body of the piece inside of the glory hole. So now we've added a patch to the end of the piece. This patch is to help just protect the pattern because the pattern is on the outside of the glass here. And so the patch, when we add the punty rod to the end of the pipe, to the end of the piece, it'll just protect the bottom of the pattern. We'll add a little water to that carved in line of tension. It's a jack line, it's a reference point to detach ourselves from the initial blowpipe. The team here that's working on the hot shop has been here well over about 20, or been blowing glass for over 20 years now. So that's actually a really hard part of the process. And so they make it look easy because they blow glass a lot, just about every day. And so that's why a lot of people will clap because it is a super important moment in the process of transferring yourself from one pipe to the next pipe. And now as you see, that little access point has created this really large piece, and we'll go into that small access point from the blowpipe and start to clean up and open up the top of this vase. For those of you that weren't here in the beginning to see how the color was added to the piece, I will show you how the piece got color today. Can we see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now Nick is all suited up. He has on his mittens and his face shield. He'll catch this piece after we water it off the pipe, and then we'll box it up into an annealing oven. Everything that is stamped with the Made at Mog stamp will be made here, has been made here in the hot shop, and that's located in the store. A little water on that pipe. Knock the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause. And then into the annealing oven. The oven sits at about 980 degrees, and this is where items are placed to cool down over an extended period of time to prevent thermal shock. Let's give Nick one more round of applause for all his hard work, too. And we're going to do it one more time before we head home for the day. Today, the museum will be closing at 3 o'clock, so if you have yet to tour the galleries, you're more than welcome to stay and watch us do it all again here in the hot shop. But we are closing a little bit early for our annual Red Hot Gala. The annual Red Hot Gala will be tomorrow, September 24th. If you're interested in attending the Red Hot Gala, go ahead to museumofglass.org/Red Hot Gala. We spent the day making these vases here with really cool line design patterns on them, and now we will make a goblet. We're currently creating a goblet. Welcome to the hot shop. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We are on the Avolio portion, I believe, of the face goblet. We are making a goblet. How are you all? Welcome to the hot shop. I think we've put the cut portion of the goblet inside of the garage, and now we're working on the ball portion and then the stem. And so we made the top first. Now we'll go back and make the bottom, and then connect the two pieces, and then add the foot. So the furnace, let's start with the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank and it holds 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass and it's 2,100 degrees. And so very, very hot. It only gets hotter. So the glory hole is where we reheat glass to keep it at the proper temperature to work. It's 2,300 degrees. So very, very hot. So we've added the ball portion of stem, and then the foot is added by blowing a small bubble, placing it on the bottom, and you'll see how he opens up through that access point. He opens up this bubble and turns it into a cookie.
Which is the foot.
And so you see with these jacks, he has slowly opened up the bubble that was placed on, which is now it'll be open to a little disc, and it'll be a foot. Can we please see the goblet diagram? So we made the bowl cut portion, the avolio, optic ball, the stem, and now we're working on the foot. So now we'll prepare ourselves to transfer. We need to transfer ourselves from this pipe to turn ourselves right side up. So then we'll be able to add the cup. And so now Nick will place a small bit of glass. It's like a glue bit. And right after he removes himself, the top of the goblet will be placed and removed. And that is how a goblet is made. So now that we've assembled the pieces, we want to get the heat evenly distributed throughout that piece. And so we'll flash it in the oven. And then we'll just make sure that it's properly aligned. As you can see, it's still hot, so it can move. That middle ball is really pretty. It accents the design very well. Today, the Museum of Glass will be closing at 3 o'clock. Thank you guys all for hanging out with us. You're always welcome to also watch online. We have a live stream of what's happening in the hot shop. I believe you can access the live stream from our Facebook page just in case you want to hang out with us, even if you're far away. So we'll put a little water on that punty rod, knock it off, and put it in the oven where it'll cool down until it's properly nailed back to room temperature. Let's give them a hand. And that's it for today, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. Drive safe, and thank you for hanging out with us here in the Hot Shop.